Hello everyone, it's Chief Meteorologist Carly Smith. Thank you so much for joining this live update. It is 11:53 p.m. and we are seeing temperatures falling below freezing right now. I'm going to check the volume. Thank you so much for joining this live update. Hey Enola, Falfurrias is not included in the winter weather advisory or really the threat for freezing rain. Your temperatures are expected to stay just above freezing. So we'll take a look at some of the current conditions. I actually am going to need to load in a new show, but anyway, we're going to mostly look at radar, so this should be fine. We'll start with I'm going to add in temperatures on the radar imagery now and pull it up so you can see it, of course. 31, actually let's pause it. So 30 up north in Pawnee, Falfurrias is currently 35. There's also going to be a little bit less rain further to the south as well. A lot of the rain is going to stay to the north. Also, I want to emphasize this is very spotty rain, but visibility is something that we've got to keep an eye on because there's also drizzle in the area. Off and on drizzle will be with us. And so if you have any reports of freezing rain, if you're starting to see a glaze on elevated surfaces, if you left some lawn decorations outside and they're starting to see a glaze of ice on them, first of all, report it in the comments. Second of all, send a picture so we can see it. But actually a lot of the drizzle looks like it's starting to move out. That's a good sign. I want to emphasize this first. I want you to be prepared for the worst, but expect the best, right? So I want everybody to be prepared for the possibility of some freezing rain, and that means bridges and overpasses may be slick. It's best just to wait until that temperature is above freezing to try to drive. However, you don't get freezing rain unless the temperature is 32 degrees, and we'll go back now to the radar imagery. And so you saw visibility is pretty good, which means probably most of our drizzle has started to move to the north. If anyone is seeing some drizzle outside on their window, let us know. If anyone is seeing any maybe like sleet or snow needles mixing in, let us know that as well. But for now, here's a look at those current temperatures. So it's currently 30 in Beeville, Pawnee. Mathis is down to 30 with some freezing rain in the area. Refugio sitting right at 33. I did have a reading, let's see. I did have a reading with temperatures in northern Refugio County from a ranch. Here we go. That was below freezing. So we have Duke Ranch is at 30 and Refugio is getting a rating of 33. That station has been in and out, so that's why it's missing on some of the maps. But 33, Port Lavaca is down to 32. And so the traveling to Houston tomorrow morning, not a great idea as they will be dealing with some freezing rain. Freer is down to 32. The light blue number on this map, that is going to be your wind chill, which is also turning dangerous. We're down into the teens for a wind chill there in northern Refugio County, kind of southern Goliad County as well. I'm not totally certain on the exact location there of that Duke Ranch, but I know it is when Refugio is down at the airport. This is a great site to have pulled up for temperatures in that area. As we take a look, Freer's 32. Alice is 33, Benavides is 33, so anywhere that's 33, Rockport is 33. We see temperatures fall through the night, so odds are it will get down to 32. Now when the temperature hits 32, that means that's the temperature it has to be for water to freeze. But if you've ever like stuck a water bottle in your freezer or things like that, obviously this isn't the best example to give because that's a large chunk of water, but it doesn't freeze immediately, right? Like the temperature in your freezer is 32. You stick that water bottle in there, it doesn't immediately freeze. It takes a little while, right? So slick surfaces from the water that's already fallen is possible, especially areas that are at 32 right now. So we're 32 in Sinton. Ooh, that has changed. That's a new update. That white line is going to update with Sinton now at 32. That is a change over the last 2 minutes since we got on this live stream. Do we need to leave a water faucet dripping tonight? Not necessarily, but northern B County, Refugio County, Live Oak County, McMullen County, Anywhere that's already at freezing, it doesn't hurt to drip the faucet tonight. However, it's tomorrow when our pipes are going to be a bigger issue. Tomorrow and the next day. So that would be Sunday morning into Monday morning, then Tuesday morning, or Monday night into Tuesday morning. Let me say that again. Sunday night into Monday morning, we're expecting a hard freeze. Very hard freeze is not a technical weather definition, but for us here in South Texas, we're expecting a very hard freeze where temperatures may be down into the low 20s. Then we do it again Monday night into Tuesday morning. Then we warm up and we're okay the rest of the week. So, is the freezing rain starting to die out? Overall, our rain is becoming very isolated. So we'll go back to the radar. This is going to be without the temperatures on it. We're so close to the freezing point. That's why I've emphasized all week that like freezing rain is possible. When you're flirting with freezing, there's not a lot of room for error, right? Like if you go 33 degrees and you say, we're not going to freeze, everything's going to be fine, you're off with your temperature forecast by 1 degree, which day to day, that's like an amazing forecast. I wouldn't consider that a busted forecast. But when you're talking freezing precipitation, if you're off by 1 degree, it could totally change what you're seeing. If you're 33, you're not going to have any freezing rain. If you're 32, you get big impacts on bridges and overpasses potentially. So it's not a number worth playing around about and making a call one way or another, because like I mentioned, every forecast, it's a forecast, right? It's not an exact science. It is a really well thought out, researched, modeled equation that goes into the forecast. And then we analyze it based on what we know has happened in the past and what we think will happen in the future. And we put out a weather forecast. And there's going to be a margin of error in that. It's never going to be 100% perfect. And so when you're talking 32, and your margin of error by 1 degree totally changes the forecast, it's a tough call. And so it's always best to err on the side of caution than to not. Because if you drive and then you slide on a bridge because you didn't err on the side of caution, you're gonna have bigger consequences than if you did. I have a friend working with AEP in Woodsboro, has people with lights out right now. They're trying to get them back on. Yeah, obviously, it's not good to have no power right now because we are going to get down to around freezing. But tomorrow morning, that's when you really want to make sure that your power is working. AEP, hopefully, obviously, we talked with them earlier today on 3 News. They're working around the clock to keep power on. And if it does go out, get it back on as soon as possible, because this is a dangerous situation if you don't have heat. But we also have on our website a list of warming centers, and I could probably look that up. I'm going to pull up just the radar so y'all can look at it. I'm going to put the one with the temperatures on it back on, and then we'll do some radar analysis. The problem is I need to see if I can get the temperatures. It's not going to be an easy process. I want the temperatures to not move. I want them to stay with their current temperature. But I'm not sure that's possible on the radar image. Because I can do this on a separate graphic, like the radar in a normal day-to-day graphic, which doesn't really matter to you as a viewer, but they're edited in different ways. And so I don't think, oh, update interval. No, I don't think that I can keep it from looping. So we're just gonna have to look at the looping temperatures or hit pause or not look at the temperatures. If anyone has an opinion on what they like best, let me know. But anyway, should people in Alice, okay, so here's how power outages happen. There's a million reasons, and it's not always weather related, right? So sometimes it's weather related. Sometimes it's an accident where somebody hits a power line. Sometimes it's the wind. Sometimes it's freezing rain accumulating on the lines and making them heavy. There's a lot of different reasons. We lost power briefly yesterday morning, and I don't think that was weather related. I'm not totally certain. It might have been. We were windy yesterday morning. I think the peak wind gust, in fact, we can look that up. Max wind speed yesterday now, since it's 12:03 a.m. For anyone just joining, I'm Chief Meteorologist Carly Smith. Freezing rain through the night, very little freezing rain. So we're looking at just minimal freezing rain, but enough to raise some concern that bridges could be slick. That's our biggest concern. And when it comes to freezing rain, 0.25, you have to get 0.25 inches of freezing rain. Sometimes it's hard for us to just get 0.25 inches of normal rain. And these are the type of showers that probably are not going to produce 0.25 inches for us. They're very light, they're very isolated, they're very scattered. And so with that being said, I don't think we're going to get enough for power outages. The one area where we might is north of George West and north of Beeville. So northern Bee County and northern Live Oak County, possibly kind of northern Refugio County toward Port Lavaca. Those locations potentially could be on the higher side of the freezing rain where you're over 1/10 of an inch. That could cause some weaker tree limbs to fall. That could cause power outages. So things like that is what causes the power outage. So power outages aren't really something I can forecast and say like, yep, your power is going to go out. But I can say there is a higher possibility of that happening because of ice and our far north counties. So north of George West, north of Beeville, and north of Refugio is the best odds of that happening. Further south, not quite as great. Anyway, this is our wind speeds when we lost power this morning. So we had 33-mile-per-hour winds through Corpus Christi, 40-mile-per-hour winds through Flower Bluff. So through the south side of Corpus Christi, probably somewhere in between 33 and 39 would have been recorded. And so, yeah, wind can cause power outages. Let's look at our current wind speeds. How cold, bad will the weather in Beeville and Mathis? So Beeville definitely freezing, Mathis already freezing. So tonight I would expect upper 20s to be your worst. That would be a crazy rumor to me, Christopher, but I don't know much about the valley and what is going on down there. Okay, so how cold, bad will the weather be in Beeville and Mathis? I live in Kingsville. So let me focus on the wind, and then I'll try to come back to this question. I do have a tendency to be very scatterbrained, where I'll think about one thing, and then I'll think about another thing, and I'll forget the previous thing. So just ask the question again if I forget about it. I promise I'm not doing it on purpose. It's a lot is going on, and it's easy to move on and forget something that you were going to do because you've moved on, and it's all important, right? So let's check out those wind speeds. Right now, we do have some gusts, 24 miles per hour in Rockport, 26 miles per hour Flower Bluff, 24 miles per hour Kingsville, 22 miles per hour in Beeville. So that's some pretty breezy wind. Sometimes that wind also could be a saving grace. Wind, as it blows through things, creates friction, and that friction creates a little bit of heat. And so that could potentially limit our freezing rain potential if there's just enough heat to kind of keep that raindrop essentially from being super cooled and then freezing on contact. That's what makes freezing rain really fascinating. I don't know if you've seen those videos. I tried this once in Ohio, and it was very hard to do. But if you've seen those videos where there's a super cooled water bottle and somebody drops it on the desk and then the water bottle freezes on contact, that's essentially what freezing rain is. that's like a bigger version of it, but each little raindrop is like that super cooled water bottle, and when it hits the ground, it freezes. And so it's not easy to do. You have to have just the right conditions, and freezing is one of those required conditions, because that raindrop, as it falls through the atmosphere, has to fall through a layer of freezing air. That layer of freezing air then has to get that raindrop to be super cooled, which is this little fine area between freezing as a ice pellet or sleet, or hitting the ground before it's able to freeze as an ice pellet, and then freezing on contact with the ground. And overall, it's just a really fascinating process, and I feel lucky to get to experience it and hopefully not have to drive in it and slide all over the roads, because that's the worst case scenario. But yeah, anyway, wind is not the most important thing right now. I do want to take a look at the wind chills. Look at that freezing line now. This is playing out pretty much how myself, meteorologist Kristen Walla, and meteorologist Hope Boland, overall, I'm very proud of how we've handled this forecast, because all I have to say is it was not an easy one. And I think this scenario is not if you looked at the weather models, this scenario is not what any weather model was saying. It kept most of the models were keeping all of our temperatures above normal. They're going like 36, 38 for Corpus Christi right now, 33, 34 for Beeville. And so it's really kind of rewarding just to see it play out how you expect it to play out. But yeah, and this, when you're forecasting it and you're going against the models, you're mostly saying this is the worst case scenario. But the worst case scenario is one that people need to know as well, because chances are, especially with Arctic air, that worst case scenario plays out. And thankfully, our worst case scenario is not like the rest of Texas. Like, check out this graphic. Okay, we've got a post from KIII 3 News on her Facebook live stream with the outage map. So that is awesome. We can take a look at that on this streaming platform as well here in just a second. Do you think the Harbor Bridge will be icy around 7 a.m.? So our freezing rain is moving out by then, but if any rain falls, it could still be icy at that point in time. But yeah, first of all, okay, we're gonna do something fun, and then I'm gonna come to the comments. So there was a comment that I forgot about. Oh, Beeville. Beeville is definitely freezing rain a possibility there. Kingsville is on the borderline of the freezing rain and likely not going to see freezing temperatures, but you're going to be flirting with that line. Before I do the fun thing, let's take a look at Futurecast. I told y'all, I get very scatterbrained. It is something I am working on. Okay, this should be the HER model, which is one of my favorite high resolution models. I think that's our temperature forecast in the background. Maybe not, because we definitely, oh, there it goes to 32. I was like, we definitely put 32 at Corpus. So you see, this is the HER. It's looking a lot more full. I'll put it that way. There's a lot more meat on this graphic than how the current radar is actually playing out. But with that being said, I think there is a lot of fine kind of mist potential out there. I probably should go walk outside and check that. So yeah, if you're getting mist, let me know. But we did look at the visibilities and those were okay. But we've got some questions about the Harbor Bridge. There's a chance. That's the best I can say. Everything's going to be safer to drive on after 10 a.m. because our temperatures will be back above freezing ideally by then. The sun starts to come out into the afternoon, so we'll see that play out on Futurecast. So what you're going to notice is we get to 30. We're still kind of, our numbers are going up and down, 30, 31, 32, 29. So couple of isolated showers still possible by 6 a.m., 7 a.m. We're clearing that rain potential out. We're still cloudy though, and these are very low clouds. So there is a chance there's still a little bit of mist or some freezing fog is also something that's a cool phenomenon. I don't necessarily think that's gonna play out. Our dew point is expected to be a little bit drier than our temperature at 7 a.m. based on the forecast soundings, which is what you look at from the weather balloon data. But as long as our dew point is drier than our temperature, we shouldn't have any freezing fog. And right now it looks like that's the case. But anyway, look what happens by the afternoon. Coastal locations could still see some fog. These numbers are being very slow to update, which is, there we go. Now everybody's above freezing. But by the afternoon, the sun comes out. And so that's going to make it much better to drive on. But I would use caution on any bridge. If you don't have to drive on it, I wouldn't. Just to be safe. It's always better to be safe than sorry. But 8 a.m., odds are we're all around the freezing mark. Even Kingsville could be. But remember, if it's not currently raining, you're not going to get freezing rain. So could some of our puddles freeze? Yes, but I think it has to be 32 for several hours in order for that to happen. So if we just barely brush 32 or like down into the 20s, which we will be on Monday and Tuesday, as long as you're just briefly reaching 32, I'm not overly concerned about things like puddles freezing. But once we get down into the 20s, then I am a little concerned about that. But the Harbor Bridge, they're treating it. We saw an ice truck driving over it when we were checking out some of the tech stock cameras. That's going to be the next thing we're about to do, the fun thing that I mentioned. So thanks for sticking around. But the sunshine will really help conditions into tomorrow, which is why I think we get into the 40s. However, there's a caveat to that. Once the sunshine heats things up, the clear skies overnight are going to cool things way, 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 way down. So we are expected to get very, very, very cold for South Texas on Sunday. Okay. Previous Chief Meteorologist Alan Holt, right? He moved to Maine. Check this out. This isn't the fun thing I was talking about, but this is also fun. I am very scatterbrained. I am sorry. You'll have to witness this on this live stream. But thank you for watching. Your current time now is 12:15 a.m. and I am Chief Meteorologist Carly Smith. Let's check out our cold weather watches and warnings. So this is our cold weather warning. I am going to query it so you can see. Corpus Christi is under an extreme cold warning from 3 a.m. Monday through 12 p.m. Monday. Our criteria for an extreme cold warning is a wind chill below 15 degrees. Look up here in Maine. Oops, that was the wrong query tool. Where Alan went. They just have a cold weather advisory right now. Earlier in the week, they were under an extreme wind chill warning or an extreme cold warning. Guess what their criteria is? -25. So 25 below zero for a feels like temperature, your wind chill, it's going to feel like it's 25 below zero. Our criteria is 15 degrees above zero. So that is actually a 40-degree difference, by the way. And that's just crazy to think about temperatures that cold. Because I'm going to be pretty miserable on a Monday morning when we have feels like temperature around 11 degrees in Corpus Christi. Yeah, that is going to be rough. But here's our radar once again. Let's take a look at the Texas view. So most of Texas, you can see a lot more freezing rain passing through San Antonio especially. Look at that. They're about to get another round of some pretty decent freezing rain. There's more, but wait, there's more that's going to travel through San Antonio as well. So if you have plans to go to San Antonio, if you have plans really pretty much from Mathis to San Antonio, expect slick conditions on the roads. That will linger for San Antonio. Let me see if I have my Texas graphic. So, this is one I built yesterday. So that cold front is old. We're gonna get rid of that. Made a different one for the 10 o'clock news, but this is a different show. This is actually my morning show, because if you have them both pulled up on my evening shows on the other computer, which I actually could pull up, but I don't think I brought a clicker, so I can't click through it. This show on this computer, I can click with the mouse and make it work. So anyway, that's just a little behind the scenes fun for you. But let's make this start at 1 a.m. There's the freezing rain. So San Antonio stays around freezing. Again, this is forecast data, and for some reason it has to go through a loading process. So we're gonna let it play out and load, and then we're gonna go through and pause stuff and talk about what's going on. Okay. So we're colder. Well, no, Corpus is not quite at freezing yet, but Sinton is. So think about that distance. It's not very far. San Antonio gets into the 20s as this freezing rain is passing through, which means that's guaranteed that that rain is pretty much going to freeze on contact and cause travel issues. Think about all the overpasses around San Antonio. That's going to be a nightmare. Even with the freezing rain moving out by 5:30 a.m., that ice layer is not going anywhere. Granted, TxDOT treating the roads with brine, that's going to help, but it's not a perfect scenario. So once we get into the 9 a.m., 10 a.m., the sun does start to come out here. So even if the surface temperature isn't quite 32, the sun can start to heat up the water molecules and cause evaporation. And then you dry the streets out. And especially as people start driving over them again, which, use caution, I'm not telling you to drive on wet roads when your temperature is below freezing, but that does create friction and help kind of clear roads out. But San Antonio may stay below freezing all day long. They have a brief window kind of there between 4 and 6 p.m. where they have a chance to get above freezing. Thankfully for us, we're gonna see plenty of sunshine. Look at that, that's beautiful. We're gonna see some sunshine. Our temperatures are gonna get back into the 40s. The valley could get back into the 50s. So it's gonna be great. But as I mentioned, those clear skies overnight into tomorrow morning are going to be dangerous, because that's going to allow for radiational cooling to take place. What radiational cooling does is it allows the heat that the earth emits from below the ground. Naturally, it's emitting heat, and at night when we have clouds, it traps that heat and keeps us a little warmer. But without the clouds, that just escapes into the atmosphere, and we get very, very, very cold in those situations. So 23 is our record Monday morning. There's a good chance we hit 23. If we hit 22 on Tuesday morning, we hit that record as well. So be ready for it to be very, very cold. On top of that, we'll have some wind chills, likely down at least around 13, if not 10, and single digits for B County, Live Oak County. So Monday is going to be extremely cold. I cannot emphasize that enough. This is when your pipes would freeze if you are not taking the proper precautions to keep them from doing so. As we continue on, then San Antonio may get above freezing with the sunshine on Monday. So yeah, freezing rain across Texas. It's especially areas that get a lot. It may not clear out right away, and there's a good chance it freezes again overnight as well. So that's something we're gonna have to keep an eye on. If you're traveling, it may not be great to do it until everywhere gets above freezing, which is going to possibly be by the middle of the week. Now, are you ready for some fun? Because I am. Let's take a look at Drive Texas. So drivetexas.org, if you're on a computer or a iPad or even your phone, it's not always the best phone-friendly website, but you can use it on your phone. Or if you're watching this on 3 News Plus, by the way, that's free to download. It's fabulous. You can watch 3 News anytime, anywhere, and you can watch any news or newscasts at a later time. Anyway, long story short, download 3 News Plus on your smart TV. It's an app just like Netflix. You can download it and watch it anytime. It is wonderful. If you're watching on that app, because we are also streaming on that app right now, so if you're watching on your phone and you're like, man, I wish I could see this bigger because I can't read any of the numbers, you can put it on your TV. Isn't that awesome? Okay, let's check out Drive Texas. Boom. So this is the website. It's drivetexas.org. Very easy to remember. You also can just Google Drive Texas and it'll get you to the same spot. Here we can turn on traffic cameras so we can see what road conditions are. It's very difficult to tell though because obviously it's nighttime. The cameras, if there's freezing rain in the area, they can get the freezing rain accumulating on them, and then you can kind of tell, ooh. And again, it's black and white, so it's hard to tell if that's just our kind of dead grass that's reflecting light, or if that is any type of wintry precipitation. But this is 37 headed up toward the Mathis area. Here's 37 closer to 3 Rivers. Looking towards San Antonio, probably some precipitation or extra low clouds up that direction. Doesn't look like any sleet mixing in. Freezing rain, ooh, those roads are looking possibly slippery. They're definitely wet. Again, freezing rain, you may have heard of the term black ice. It's hard to tell. Freezing rain at night especially, because it kind of just looks like water on the road. Then you hit it and you slide, and it is a nightmare. So that's why we emphasize, even if we just see a glaze, that can cause issues. I have worked First Edition now for 4 years, and I'm pretty sure at least once every year we've had a situation just like today. The timing is a little bit later in the morning, so there are a little bit more impacts, and it has been during the weekdays as well. The good news is this one is on a weekend. The bad news is it's a Sunday. You may be headed to church. It does look like by the time later church services are taking place, like 9, 10 a.m., there's a good chance roads are okay to drive on, especially south of Corpus Christi. You should be fine. I would check the temperature. Watch First Edition tomorrow morning. We're all up at 12 a.m. right now, or past midnight. It's 12:26 a.m. And this camera is loading. I was wanting to see if a car would drive over it. I don't want a car to drive over it, but I was just hoping to see. No, I wasn't hoping to see anything bad happen, but I was just curious if we could catch a car. That is looking, I think that's more than just rain. The way the lights are reflecting that. Anyway, I would not want to be driving on the roads in San Antonio right now. Also, by the way, if you see this gray, we're going to zoom out. Look at that. Ooh, that looks icy. Anyway, we're going to zoom out. Look at this gray. So the gray lines, if we zoom out, you see the little snowflakes. The gray lines are indicating that there is either ice or snow, but because you see the snowflakes, but it's ice here. There's no snow or sleet really in San Antonio. Ice, if you're seeing the gray line, that means TxDOT has gotten reports, or they can confirm based on the weather and different things that the roads are icy in this area. So you can see the whole San Antonio metro area is gray. If we turn the cameras off, it's all gray, which means ice is likely on those roads. Good news is that is all to our north, and that is where the heavy rain is going, the heavy freezing rain is going to stay, thankfully. But again, I mentioned it's just too close for comfort to put our guard down as you're driving early tomorrow. The best advice is to just wait. Once the sun comes out, everything is going to be fine here. We're going to get really cold Monday morning, but we don't have precipitation at that same time. Definitely drip your faucets by the time the sun is setting tomorrow. So, well, it depends on what time you've woken up now. I just saw first edition anchor for this weekend, Josh Maxwell, walk in the door. So he's already on Sunday mode. I'm still on Saturday mode because I have not gone to sleep yet. Josh has already slept and he's ready to start his Sunday. So that's always a fun transition to think about when you see the morning crew coming in. And I used to be the morning crew, now I'm the night crew. So when you see that transition, that's always kind of a fun thing. But anyway. How will this affect LeBron's legacy? That's such a random question. Many schools have already issued 2-hour delays, if anything, for wind chill. Could a puddle in a neighborhood freeze overnight into Monday morning? Yes. But are we going to have like widespread issues like San Antonio is having right now? No. The bigger issue Monday is kids waiting at the bus stop and not having enough winter gear because we live in South Texas. That can be very, 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 very dangerous. And so I think the 2-hour delay, if anything, for the extreme cold we're going to have is not a bad idea. Oh, I don't know if I fully answered that. Yes, I did. Vera's question about dripping faucets. Definitely do it by the time the sun sets on Sunday. And I would just leave it dripping all the way through Tuesday. Especially if you have a pier and beam home. If you have a well-insulated home or you have a home with a concrete foundation, it may not be as urgent. It also depends on where your faucets are, right? So if your sinks are on outer walls, you're going to need to drip. If your sinks are not on outer walls, then like they're all interior, you may not need to drip. So anyway, this was the actual fun part of the graphic. I realize I've left this on Drive Texas on Corpus, which has nothing going on. This is what I really wanted to show you. Look at that Texas map. That is crazy to see how much of the state of Texas has snow, which was in the forecast. It was in the forecast, and there it is. And we have always been on the edge of that forecast, right? We've always been on the edge, and we're still on the edge, but we're definitely going to see the cold, cold, cold temperatures as we look ahead to tomorrow night or Sunday night. Sunday night is going to be so, 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 so cold. Okay, anyway, Drive Texas, a wonderful tool. You can look at, you know what? While I'm here, let's check out Dallas because my brother lives in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, and he sent me photos with a mix of freezing rain and sleet, which will be much more fun to see traffic cameras of than roads that look wet. But again, those San Antonio roads, that's why freezing rain is so dangerous, because if you're driving and then you hit a bridge and it just looks like water, you're gonna think, oh, it's fine, and you drive over it at normal speeds. Maybe you think, oh, this car is going slow, I need to change lanes. Then before you know it, you start spinning on that bridge, and that is what we don't want to do, right? So it's best to assume that bridges and overpasses, especially across the northern portion of the coastal bend, may have a layer of ice on them. Good news is TxDOT likely out trading the roads right now, likely. And so that will help. Brine, salt, what it does is it lowers the freezing point of water. So if that freezing point of water, we're at 32 right now. this doesn't make any sense with the text dot thing that I have pulled up. So let me get the radar back up, and then I'll go into my little fun analysis. There we go. Okay, radar is back up, and check this out. Three Rivers to Pawnee, 72, likely getting a layer of ice on it. But what I was talking about, this is wind turbines, by the way. If we put it into motion and then it's not moving on the radar, that's going to be wind turbines. So that's not freezing precipitation. They're near Taft or south of Mathis or at Tynan. That is all wind turbines. So if something is not moving on the radar, that is likely a wind turbine. If it is moving, so we do have a few little spotty showers there in the San Patricio County, Refugio County, but up here, this is definitely going to be some heavier ice accumulation. And by heavier, I mean, let's see how much its radar is estimating how much rain has fallen. Which may be nothing. Okay, this is the last 24 hours, so that's gonna have what fell this morning. We need to limit it to, I think 2 hours is not enough. We need like maybe 4 hours. Okay, let's see if anything loads. If nothing loads, then that means it's just a trace of rain. But what we can do, let's save this. Let's turn on the precip rate. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere, which isn't much. That storm looks so nice on radar, but this little teeny tiny shadow looking feature, which you can't see when we turn off the gray coloring, that doesn't even query. Anyway, you can see that our rain is just a little light drizzle is what we'll call it. And up here, we have actual rainfall, which is why roads are icy in San Antonio. Meanwhile, where we are, likely not icy, but there's a chance they're icy. And so, as I've mentioned time and time again, it is always best to err on the side of caution. I don't know why it's not showing me the precip rate. Okay, 0.6 inches per hour. The storm is moving though. So that would be crazy. If that just stayed parked and then put 0.6 inches of freezing rain, that is the type that causes major issues. This is a heavy storm, 0.13 inches up south of Canyon Lake. But again, it's moving, so that's not going to translate at the surface. Thankfully, that would be wild. This rainfall rate, that I promise that's not the terrain, that is rain, 0.04, which if that sat over the area, we put the high end freezing rain amounts as 0.05 to 0.15 for this Three Rivers to Pettis area, right? And to Pawnee, and so north of George West and Beeville, that's where we expect the most freezing rain. And that's where we're getting the most freezing rain. Whether or not it gets as high as that kind of high-end forecast that I put out, because I want you to be prepared for essentially the worst case scenario. This would potentially make it there, but remember it's moving, so it shouldn't add up quite that high. But we still have a few little spotty showers. Most of these are moving northeast, so that is going to take a lot of the rain away from us. There's still some spotty showers there to the south. Let's turn back on the sat rad. So when we zoom out, we don't have radars that we can use out of Mexico, which is a shame, but this is another kind of surge of bigger clouds, or clouds with higher moisture content right here. And that's going to track into our area. And so Futurecast has been picking up on that. Actually, let's look at this one. This is going to be a good one. Thank you, Lupe, if you're still watching, for that update. Passing through Robstown north and no rain. Miguel, if you're still watching, I would definitely take in your plants tonight. We're going to get down to around freezing tonight. And then tomorrow, well, again, technically it's already Sunday, but by Sunday morning, we're going to be around freezing. By Tuesday morning, or by Monday morning and Tuesday morning, we're going to have a super hard freeze, which would kill plants. So definitely bring plants inside, put that blanket covering over them if they're in the ground and you want to save them. Road conditions, Robstown and Corpus at 3 a.m. We're looking at Futurecast now, Dora. Ooh, there's mist in Bengueti. That is a great update because the radar does not pick up mist. For Alice, you're like Corpus Christi, where you're on the borderline. Will you, won't you freeze? But anyway, let's look at Futurecast. So this is how things look on the radar right now. So this is from San Antonio down toward Brownsville. If anyone has travel plans, so this model totally overdoing it on how widespread the rain is, especially measurable rainfall, right? We have had some reports of mist, like in Bengueti. And so some of this could be missed when you turn on the Futurecast, but I would definitely say this Futurecast is overdoing the rainfall. But if you look at where the freezing line is, that's about right. So where our freezing line is versus what's in real life, so this is real life and this is the model, that's pretty spot on, but the amount of rain, not so much spot on. So we'll continue this on. There's a chance for some rain that could potentially be freezing rain around 3 a.m. Just to err on the side of caution, my best advice is don't drive right now if you don't have to. But by the time we get into tomorrow morning, conditions much better. So if anyone has plans between Corpus Christi and Houston, the north side of Houston, if they get a transition to freezing rain with that heavier convection up there, that is going to add up some freezing rain totals if temperatures fall below freezing while that's passing through. That will be very interesting. So let's talk about how freezing rain happens. So, I am back on. I kind of forget because I have my graphics and then I have buttons and I have to look off to the side to see if I'm on or not, like if the camera is on, and then just my weather graphics are what's on this computer in front of me. And so then I like get all into the graphics and I'm like, check this out. And then sometimes I forget I'm on the camera, but let's talk precip type. So in the upper levels of the atmosphere, actually, I'm going to leave this up and I'm going to talk about it before I get distracted. Freezing rain. So this is a simple version of what the forecast sounding is. So a sounding is the data. You may have heard of weather balloons. The data, when the National Weather Service sends up a weather balloon, it takes a reading of the dew point, which is the water temperature, and the air temperature throughout the atmosphere. Then it also calculates pressure. It's a dropson. It gets the pressure as well. I'm trying to think of anything else. There's a lot of stuff you can figure out from all of this information also, but the most important things are the dew point and the temperature. And so it monitors that all the way up throughout the atmosphere. When we get these strong cold fronts that come through, we talked about this earlier in the week during the news, you get what is called a warm nose, because it quite literally looks like a nose profile in the atmosphere. And so you see that, look, if you look at the graphic, I'm like, look at the graphic. If you look at the green and red lines and then you look at my nose, like, they look almost identical. Anyway, we call the warm layer. So remember on Friday, we hit a high of 80 degrees. 80 degrees. We had a high of 80 degrees on Friday. That warm air doesn't just disappear when a cold front comes in. The warm air, you've heard the term warm air rises, right? So you heat your home at the lower level. There are homes where the heat comes out of the ground, right? It's not in the ceiling. My home has it in the ceiling. But anyway, my grandparents' or my great-grandparents' home had it coming out of the ground. Anyway, long story short, heat rises, right? Hot air is less dense. Cold air is more dense. The denser air is going to stay at the surface. So that Arctic air comes in strong as high pressure builds to the north and pushes it south, and low pressure is up over kind of the Great Lakes area. When those two pressures line up at the perfect time, it can send a surge of Arctic air down south. That is what we're dealing with right now. The Arctic air comes in strong. It's extra cold. It's extra dense. It stays right down at the surface. It pushes that warm air up and over it. So we do have a graphic that shows that. Here it is. The cool air surges in. It pushes that warm air up and over the colder air. And then that is what causes convection. And that's why we've been gloomy and rainy and drizzly after the cold front. So that's what happens. That warm nose is that warm air. So naturally, if we didn't have weather and heat coming from the sun and the earth wasn't spinning, if everything was just like in equilibrium, which it's not, that would be boring. If everything was in equilibrium, the atmosphere naturally would cool with height. So it's warmer at the surface and it gets colder as you get up higher in the atmosphere. That's natural. But of course, because of all those things I just mentioned, we never are at equilibrium. The atmosphere wants to be at equilibrium. That's why we essentially get thunderstorms and hurricanes and snowstorms, is because that's the atmosphere trying to set itself back at equilibrium. But because the earth is spinning, we're never gonna get there. So anyway, and it's tilted. And so that keeps all the colder air at the poles and all the warmer air around the equator because it's getting more direct sunlight. Anyway, that is way too deep of a process of over-explanation. So what you have is the warm air going up and over, and then that creates the warm nose, like you see here. So there's our warm nose. The freezing line, let me get a little pointer tool. This graphic is super long. I guess you can make it move. Anyway, I can't use the pointer tool till it stops loading. So here's our warm nose. This is our freezing line right here in our atmospheric profile. And so what happens is up here, temperatures are below freezing. if you want to get snow, you need this red line and this green line, the temperature and the dew point, to look like it does through the warm nose. You want them to be together. If they're together in this layer right here, snow growth happens. So if snow growth is happening, then you have a chance of getting snow. This profile, you may get a little bit of snow growth, but not a lot. But once that snow falls into the warmer part of the atmosphere, so now we are crossing over the freezing line. And as it gets into that warmer part of the atmosphere, if you had snow in the upper levels of the cloud, it is now melting as it gets into this layer. Because all of this, where the nose is, that is all above freezing. So that is all air that is super, 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 super warm. And it's gonna melt your snowflake. Then it has a chance to refreeze. And so if we can get the temperature in this cold layer at the surface, the Arctic air that blows in, if we can get the temperature to be -6 degrees Celsius, which is roughly -25 degrees, I think, maybe. Roughly 25 degrees Fahrenheit, then you can get sleet. But our atmospheric profile does not have us that cold. So if we are below freezing at the surface, this layer right here is below freezing. And so as that now raindrop passes through the freezing cold air at the lower 2,000 feet of the atmosphere, it has the chance to reach that super cool status that I talked about, where it's passing through freezing air, but the raindrop is still liquid. And then boom, it hits the ground and it freezes. And that is how freezing rain happens. So anyway, I think it's fascinating, and we're all up at 1 a.m., so why not have a little science lesson while we're at it? For the most part, Viola, we are escaping the ice, but we have a little teeny tiny bit that is showing up on the radar, so we'll go back to the radar. Vera, drip your faucets Sunday night. Sunday night, drip them to stay safe. I'm not frustrated, I'm just looking at the comments. Let's look at those temperatures. So, are you ready? Drum roll, everybody. Corpus Christi is now down to 33, but the good news is we don't have a lot of rain in the area. That is the best news that I could give you. So, there we have it. Even our satellite radar imagery keeps most of it. Again, Highway 55 is kind of, or 59, I don't know where I got 55 from. Highway 59 is a really good kind of line, rough line. There's a little bit of freezing rain south of there. Rough line of where you have a chance of actual glaze of ice getting on the roads. However, it's a close call for the rest of us because, like I mentioned, let's look at the water vapor imagery. So, now this isn't a guarantee that it's rain, but we do still have this little moisture plume right here. If this moisture plume, as it moves into Corpus, has enough moisture to produce rainfall, while our temperatures are now at 33 at 1 a.m. in the morning, almost 1 a.m., that means odds are we're at least at 32, if not 31, by the time this moisture plume moves in. And if this moisture plume is able to transition from just a cloud to rainfall, then from condensation to precipitation, then we could definitely wind up with some freezing rain. So I think the big takeaway from this live update is there's still a chance, but it is a low chance. of freezing rain. And my advice is to err on the side of caution and just avoid driving until our temperatures are obviously back above freezing. And we will have you covered on getting that information out. Tomorrow on First Edition, meteorologist Hope Boland is back in. She's going to guide you through it all. She did a wonderful job forecasting today leading up to this event. So tune in for the latest updates, and then we will get the ball rolling if we need to with another live update right here on 3 News Plus. You can watch that on your TV, which is so much fun, but also on Facebook and YouTube live as well. Thank you, Francisco, by the way, and Fabian, and Roland. The watershed. Let's look at those rainfall totals. To be honest, they weren't as impressive as I wanted them to be. But also the data is being very slow to load, which is also playing a role. I'm very impatient. I want the data to just pop up. Okay, let me see. I think we have to wait for this one. This has the actual watershed in it. Except, of course, I have the blue one, which is going to make it hard to see. But anyway, as I mentioned, it's not quite as impressive as I hoped it would be, but we do have some rain in the watershed. So, and there's still some rain to come. This area is still getting some freezing rain. It's not over yet. But we've got a 1/2 inch, 1.6 inches. That's in my range. I don't remember what my low end on the range was. It wasn't an inch. It was less than an inch was the low range. Up to 2 inches, which we do have an area that's just outside of our watershed, which is the Kerrville area. They got a lot of rain Friday night. Friday night there was a flood advisory. I don't think they got a flash flood warning, but they did have a flood advisory. Anyway, I'll try to stay in the watershed. 1.6. 0.7, 0.5, so not bad. 0.1, down closer to our lakes, 0.2, Beeville, 0.8, not bad at all. So yeah, let's look at the radar estimated rainfall totals. Tomorrow I'll be on for the, I think it's 5:30 news on Sunday, but I'll be on for the evening shows, and so you can check out rainfall totals, freezing temperatures, and we're going to talk about how super, super, super cold it is going to be. So let's talk about that here briefly. So odds are I'm probably going to extend these times a little bit tomorrow. I know when I was making the forecast, I wanted to go shorter on the times. Maybe that was optimistic thinking, but also the models were so much warmer than what the whole team thinks will play out. And so I kind of lowered the numbers, and then Kristen said, every other time it is freezing way longer than what I've said. So she put them back up, and I said, you know what, you're right. And odds are we may even extend it a little bit more as we head into tomorrow. So tomorrow night we'll have a better estimate on how long we may be below freezing. But it does look like we could be below freezing for as high as 16 hours, maybe more, mostly for those northern inland locations like Beeville. And then most of us will be below freezing for at least 8 hours, including the island. That time window gets a little bit shorter on Tuesday. However, the problem with Tuesday is radiational cooling is going to be in full swing. And what I mean by that is radiational cooling is going to be allowing our temperatures to fall cold Tuesday, but there won't be as much wind. So the wind chill won't be as bad on Tuesday, but the temperature will probably be about the same as Monday. And when you get radiational cooling, that can happen a little bit later in the night, per se. Kind of like right at the morning hours, temperatures get super duper cold. So we still may not be below freezing quite as long on Tuesday, but regardless, we're talking on average about 12 hours below freezing both Monday and Tuesday. anything in the 20s for 4 hours is a hard freeze and can have an impact on your pipes. So I am going to take a break from talking. I'm going to show you some cool graphics though while I do that. So here's some pipe. I said I was going to stop talking. These are home preps for your pipes. Cover the exterior exposed pipes, slow drip faucets inside. This looks like an outside pipe on our graphic, which makes it a little confusing. However, you don't drip your outside pipes, you cover them. So do not drip your outside pipes, cover them. Open your cabinets that has your piping in it so it can get the heat from your home. Have access to your water shut off. If your power goes out, you may just want to go ahead and shut your water off because then you won't have heat, also helping keep your pipes warm. Check pool equipment and drain your irrigation systems, which is like sprinkler systems. We had one in my home in Dallas-Fort Worth. I don't think we ever did that, and it gets colder up there. But all some things to consider. These are going to be potentially some record low temperatures for us. This is our wind chill. Oh, this is updated to next week. Don't look at this. Because it was set for Saturday. So now Saturday is gone and past, and we're looking ahead to next Saturday. There we go. These are our numbers. So 23 is the record low on Monday, 22 is the record low on Tuesday. We could break the record lows. The light blue color, that's your wind chill. We're talking teens. Tuesday, I think that wind chill might be a little extra low. I think that one will be closer to like 18, maybe 21 even. No, probably not 21, maybe 20, probably 18. 18 I think is a better guess for Tuesday, but I need to go in and adjust the wind speeds there for Tuesday morning to get that to look right and act right. But anyway, it's going to be cold no matter how you slice it though. Like the difference between 18 and 13 is kind of like the difference between 100 and 105, right? Like it's just hot by the time you get to 100. So, yes. Rosalind, no, we're going to have to talk about that once we get through the freezing rain tomorrow. But it is warmer Wednesday to Friday. That's why we're not talking about it a lot, because the weather is pretty chill. We are looking at some rain chances moving back in, though. How colder temperatures will be with those rain chances. Right now we're looking above freezing, but there is a chance we could be talking another system next weekend. However, I don't want to get into that because it's still 7-8 days out, and like I said, it could change. Today it was all rain. We're going to stay well above freezing, and we're going to get all rain if we get rain, right? So anyway, nobody asked about the weekend, and I spitted it out because it's something I'm watching, but it's not something that I'm like really hyping at this point because it's going to change. Snow. I showed a graphic earlier that talked about why we won't get snow. We have a warm nose in the atmosphere, a layer essentially that is too warm. It would melt the snow before it made it to the surface, but the surface is cold enough to refreeze or try to refreeze that raindrop, but it doesn't quite get there, and that's why it freezes on contact as freezing rain. So anyway, now I am actually going to try and take a little break, but I'm going to leave the radar up. So your current time is 1:02 a.m. I have been talking for over an hour now, but I'm so glad you're watching, and hopefully you've learned something. Good news is, overall, the freezing rain is moving out. There is another area of moisture in New Mexico that you don't see on radar because we don't have radars that reach there, that I am a little worried about could turn into freezing rain. but overall, rain chances starting to trend down. They're very isolated to widely scattered across South Texas. A little bit more action up in the San Antonio area, so definitely do not drive to San Antonio tomorrow morning. Just stay where you're at. Also, the drive to Houston, we're getting freezing rain there in Victoria. I don't have the Houston radar turned on right now, but we can turn that on. So the freezing line up toward Houston, look at that, check that out. From, well, the Buc-ee's could be seeing some freezing rain up north through Prairie View and Huntsville. Conroe may not be freezing yet. Brenham could have some sleet mixing in. We will not get any snow or sleet. Our temperatures are not quite cold enough for that. Ooh, we've got some thunder sleet possible. Look at that. Up north. That's like our northern watershed area. Yeah, south of Uvalde. Crystal City. Look at that. Thunder sleet. Not in our area though. It would be more hazardous but more fun to talk about. Some thunder sleet up here. That actually might, I bet there's sleet or hail. I don't know. That's crazy. That's actually probably more freezing rain than sleet now that I mentioned that. But if there's enough convection for a lightning strike, there probably is some sleet trying to mix into that. Up here, this is definitely thunder sleet. It's purple. Purple is a mix or sleet on our radar. So Somerville, Burton, Brenham, enjoy your thunder sleet. This is showing up as freezing rain, but I would bet it's thunder sleet. Let's see if the correlation coefficient is doing its thing this morning. I know I said like 5 seconds ago, if you were watching, that I was going to take a break. I just really love radar analysis. Like, it is one of my favorite things to do is analyze the radar, and I learn something every time I do it. I'm fascinated by it. I love it, and so I go a little crazy with it sometimes. So with this, man, up in Ohio, it was a lot easier to differentiate. Let me see if Dallas, do we have Dallas radar turned on? No, now we do. Okay, so let's look at this, and then let's look at the precip type. Okay, this is a good sign. So correlation coefficient showed it was like right here was a different color. So odds are we see some mixing in on the lower end. So this is all just like a mathematical equation based on precip size. Well, my shoe slipped. Precip size, things like the temperature, and it probably is factoring in that warm nose chart that I talked about, the sounding from the balloon. There's a mathematical equation that deviates precip type on the radar. So it's not perfect is what I mean by that. And so when we take a look at this radar imagery, and then we go back to the correlation coefficient, you see that there's the yellowish orange color. And maybe I can change these colors a little bit to make it more obvious. But that yellowish orange color is probably sleet because it is a different color than that obvious like maroon color. It's not, I said it's obvious. It's not a super obvious color difference, but you can tell where it's orange. So I'm going to draw a circle here. You can tell that it's orange right through here. And it's also orange up here. And then when we go back and look at the radar, so this circle is actually more like this. and then this up here. You know what, that actually, now I'm going back and forth because I'm not up there getting real-time updates from people on Facebook Live in North Texas. What actually could be happening is sleet and snow are about the same size. So that actually could, one is definitely going to be snow. Meanwhile, the other one is definitely going to be sleet. And like I said, because I'm not up there, I'm not totally confident on if it's orange. Actually, let's see which one is bigger, because if it's orange or yellow. Anyway, you know what we can do? We can go back to Drive Texas. And let's see if there's any cameras. That looks like snow, but the wind could be strong enough to be blowing some sleet around. That is probably, if you see it on the roads, it's probably sleet, because sleet is heavier, so it sinks down below the grass. But obviously you can see it on the road. Snow is fluffy and it stays above the grass, so it accumulates on the grass first and it kind of melts. It doesn't accumulate immediately on the road. But Dallas-Fort Worth has a layer of ice and sleet already, so then if they transition to snow, the snow would likely stay on the road as well because they've got a layer of sleet and ice. Be thankful we're not getting that, because that looks like a mess, I'll tell you what. Okay, Bowie. I bet there's not a TxDOT camera up near Bowie. So hard to tell at night. That, I feel like, is snow. That's definitely snow. We've got some snow up on 114, northeast of Dallas. That's beautiful. Look at that view. That's a great camera too. That's a very clear camera. Is that Bridgeport? That's Bridgeport. Anyway, I think let's go back down here. So there's I-20. It's hard to tell. Sleet and snow looks the same from a camera. When you step on it, it's going to sound different, feel different, but it looks the same on a camera. I feel like that's snow, which that is, what city is that? I cannot tell. Greenville, which is just north of Dallas, which is in our different color correlation coefficient. Anyway, that was a side note. Let's go back to the coastal bend. How's San Antonio? Icy. I pulled up the TxDOT cameras in San Antonio and it was just really reflective. And so they're icy. Look at this. Freezing rain passing through. San Antonio is going to be icy. Do not drive to San Antonio. For us, our temperatures are at 32. We have a little bit of freezing rain showing up on the radar. If we make it play, you'll see that it's mostly weakening. And, you know, I've been worried about this little area south, this right here, but it's still not quite in an area where I can confidently say that it's going to have more rain, because we have some higher convection over Corpus Christi right now, and it's not producing much, so it's making it tricky. But anyway, we are still on Drive Texas on vMix, so we'll do this and pull back up the radar. I hope it's not. I'm about to edit something, and so it might show you the edit. It is showing you the edit. Actually, the Gulf is over here. We're gonna put this over the water. All right, there we go. I'm gonna take a break. So the radar will stay up. Good news is we don't have much action right now. There is another round possible, and we'll have the latest for sure on First Edition tomorrow morning, depending on what time you're watching this, if you're awake or not. We'll have live updates on First Edition, which is from 6 to 7 a.m. on Sunday mornings. I hope you tune in then. It will be meteorologist Hope Bolland and our anchor Josh Maxwell on. So thanks for watching again, and have a great night. I may pop back in, but I'm just gonna leave this loop up.